Encode your DNA. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your fur style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a command. Deadeye, Sentinel, Deadeye. Deadeye chosen. Sounds good. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice, a reflection of your...
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the dark side of you, your inner voice, to be precise, an echo of the balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
So glad you realize who you really are. Let's keep to the bright and better path moving on.
You can't contradict yourself like that. You made the right choice to begin with.
Because you can't deny what's deep within your heart. Sometimes a thought is just a thought. In the end, it's the way you...
But remember, this is just the beginning of the end. Eventually, it'll be my way or the highway.
Guess left can be right, sometimes. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die. The oil sludge is everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Running low. Shot. in pain. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The Morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Globs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. The scrap keeps piling up. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Quite a shock to the system. Let's try that again. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Now that's a flesh wound. Goodbye. Might not need that now, but you will later. Youch! Blasting everything up, please. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out what... He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past. How Lupa Lupin somehow left you alive after his raid on the old village. He must have had a purpose with that. The question is, what? The child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land. The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. Magic? He claims it's just the force of life, the existence of energy, powering and connecting all things living, like the Nono. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's key energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the heart of the land. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You hand... He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. Oh, it'll need a continuous flux of ki over the 12 months to come, so countless, he'd say. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nonno's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Mooma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Mooma comes looking for you. You did good here today. That's not true. She's the reason there's still unity, and the only one strong enough to keep the 6 Wang Fu disciples disciplined. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters are... Records tell of the ruinous devastation the Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land. The apocalypse sparked a re-evolution, the second coming, and our lineage. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Googlide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. He claims names have power, so he gave them these names to weaken them. For him, the Porky Puff is particularly personal. It was that carnivorous beast that took his leg. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions.
That's a spark of light in you!
That's right. Smack that spark out before it starts.
You don't have to be so harsh.
Now, take it out now while it's small.
There's always another spark.
There's Out-of-Date again. He must have missed something important. Out-of-Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Miami.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of...
Pilvov ugvuhu vobra boom.
He believes the tribe Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least... Myriad is convinced that defeating the World Eaters is the only way the world can be saved, but they've been forced to focus on their rivalry with the Jagni tribe. Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. Carving it up. Nice shot. You're low on health. White out. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the...
But I realize...
Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. They don't just let anyone see the Sifu, but there's something different about you.
Zata is the moi totloho. Kariesne stace. Paro, ya put.
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew. He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you. The wall that separates them from the other side, the wasteland you came from. He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself.
Dolo, tada onis purenos odlisini.
He understands that sometimes we need to lose ourselves to find ourselves. But he's glad you chose to come here.
Na oko onis poloknost. Tada.
There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted.
Na oko onis poloknost. Mali muzamit.
Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples.
Del novasi ale lohodo. Pada fu uflete.
There were 6 of them, but the unity fell apart after Lupa Lupin attacked the old village. Soon after, they formed new tribes based on their own values, and when the Blight started, the animosity escalated to war. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says there is some darkness in the best of us, even you, and suggests you embrace that side of you and help them vanquish the tribes and let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life. He wasn't sure you'd do that, but it seems your mind took control of that big heart of yours. That's a sign of strength. The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can vanquish the other tribes. The one he wants to deal with first is the Myriad tribe. The Myriad are too good to be true. They might believe in the greater good and a code of honor, but uniting the tribes and saving the Tree of Life won't change anything. You must stop living in the past. Their kin must put an end to the war before war puts an end to them. It'll cost bruises and broken bone, but they refuse to be the victim here. They have no intention of letting this drag out, or they'll run the risk of teaching the enemy their art of war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Even if you see the world differently, you must hit them as soon and as hard as you can. The outcome of this war is up to you. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon. Once you've conquered the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu for control of their territory, tribe weapon, and kin. Your Muma taught each disciple a weapon. She never intended it for hunting nor war, but lately the art of defense has been shadowed by relentless attack. Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village. Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared.
Ja put, ze paro, kariesne stace.
Anyway, you'll pass your old village on your way to the first rival outpost, but we've got no time to be sentimental. War doesn't wait.
O visoko dolaci ne ja put?
It's always the little things you remember, and with you it's pretty much the only thing he recalls, that you were little. Says the Jagni wonder why Ankati keep trying to gasp out a living in their low air. Says you The gatekeeper welcomes you back to the fort. Says you should take... Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Pang, pang. Chop, chop. Sharp steel. You're fading. That's more like it. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Then he wants you to know that if you find yourself going through bad times, you should just keep going. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. Goop says some choose to be lonely because no one understands what they're going through. If that's you, he'll try to help you if you let him. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Why not? There's no better time to do what needs to be done than right now. He says that wasn't too bad, was it? Way to go. Don't let the sound of... But you need practice. Lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. He knows that's not true. You've just made up your mind you're not. Judging by your Mooma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. The dedication to training is important. You can't rely solely on the fact that Wang... You should know, practice makes perfect. As long as it doesn't kill you, it'll only... She'll see you at the village square. She'll be waiting for you. There will be a surprise for you at the end, too. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. He's learned that things are never as bad as they seem. You'll feel better in the morning. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He thinks you're truly a kidling of your environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference unless you get your hands dirty. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. Gizmo doesn't mind sharing. What's his is yours, and what's yours is his. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone. She won't live forever, you know that. But she intends to make the most of every day she gets, especially the ones you share together. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her. She wants you to understand that whatever path you choose in life, you must stay true to yourself. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonder. He's not scared of anything, least of all you. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. He says you're right. Nobody can tell him what he can and can't.
Andro?
She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Vasen kasaman warut. Andro?
If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud,
Vasen kasaman warut.
the most important thing is that you're
Apli tonunuta.
It's time to focus on your training now.
Kanamunta. Ben nampusa.
She's Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling. He knows growing up is hard, and things will continue to go wrong as you become older and figure out how to make them right. He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training. He'll leave the quick part to you. You're the He suggests you get going and find him. He's curious to see what you've found. He's gathered so much over the years, and it's hard to remember everything. He can work wonders with pretty much anything, and asks if you know how to upcycle. Thinks some are and some aren't. One thing's for sure, though, your Mooma thinks it. He says it's about time you learned how, and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap. Agrees. You should take it with you. Wear it to practice. Your Mooma says it's about time you got here. Says being on time would be better yet. She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes. But they wants you to prove that. Your Mooma says you did well today. She's so proud of you. Thanks you for being such a good... Been working... You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Kalino?
Says he's always thought so well of you. Catchy.
Bola kodo.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this.
Bola kamono murutna.
Figuring that out is half the...
Asil natu. Do male tu.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech.
Kamonu.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Asil natu.
You're lucky to have such a fine...
Anson bara.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Inadab sunka?
She's... Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Luca Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Antoro. Kensi. Kamonu.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Kala.
Your Muma says this is it.
Kanamunt. Anson bara.
There's nowhere to run to this time. The time...
Bola kamono murutna. Kanamunt. Kanyala notoro.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Do male tu.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you.
Kial do male kanaro tono. Tukonda.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about... Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on.
The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet.
They couldn't keep it down. Fluff Hulk's on the loose.
Bad.
They couldn't keep it down. Fluff Hulk's on the loose.
Hey, nice shot.
Your key energy is all used up.
rid of the aches and pains. That's going to leave a mark. Flash the slash. It was harder than expected to take down the Fluff Hulk. They've received news a Ronin joined the tribe's ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of Jack... You should hurry there and help them storm the outpost.
Umatama. Nebuyegafa.
That you chose to ally with Jagni is a sign of strength in itself, and you'll only make them stronger.
Ruruai. Laha.
Look, an emergency box from the old... Wow, bet that knuck makes a tight fist. The hours fly by in the dark. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Socked. Super effective. Pound 'em down. Crackle, crackle, pop. You're on the ropes. Your energy is empty. Good thing you're not clocked. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? That should be useful. Uppercutted. Night is the time to take care of business. Fits nice. It's all about how it's cut. Feels like a monster's lair down here. This corner of the world is called Bricktown. That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Well, small ones. Places like this were cheap back in those days, and there was plenty of space. Get done with one place, you just build another. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Would you look at that? A fry sparker from the back in time. Hardware that fix-cooked looks like the fry sparker's knobs need to be in sync if you want to get the hardware working. Just a few moves left. Make them count. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem. It's what's put into it. You're not supposed to put skronk in it. Guess that's proved right. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem. It's what's put into it. You get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem. It's what's put into it. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem, it's what's put into it. You're not supposed to put skronk in it. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem, it's what's put into it. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem, it's what's put into it. You're not supposed to put skronk in it. Guess that's proved right. And you found the track! Amazing! So much of this place was just discarded. Lucky the track somehow made it. When Toxanol abandoned the place, it fell apart fast. Not too many like living in a ruin hole like this. The tracks moved on from Bricktown, and you should too. A flush stool from the back in time. It's an apparatus that sink-sunks yellow juice and brown bobs. Let's try out the brush away. Seems like the tighteners on the piping need to be unturned correctly to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. It's a wonder this is still such a lush place. Let's see. Flattering. Stylish as stylish can be. Smart to protect your melon. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. Chop it up. It's starting to add up. Dead on. Right in the face. More light means fewer places to hide. This one seems to be in good spirits, despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you have a sense of compassion and trusts it's in your nature to help those in need. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your conscience. It's only through your inner conflict you're held accountable for your actions. is grateful you chose that.
Fan that flame!
Beat out that spark before it starts.
It was so young, so fragile. It had so much to give.
Better to take it down now while you still can.
Fire catches. Eventually.
Control your destiny, or someone else will. That's a myriad tribe outpost. Middle-lifed. Hack and slash. That's a myriad tribe outpost. Had better days. cutting edge. You the Prowler. Muscles like steel. A classic. Watch it. Your reserves attack. Person. Disgusting. Biohazard. Just gross. Guess you still want more than that. The Vespidut outpost. Long-time home of the Myriad tribe. Says you need to hit them where it hurts, inflict as much suffering as possible, and make it clear your tribe is a terror to... Clearly, you haven't come here... Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. Spot, wrecked it. Give those twirly wheels a turn. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That wasn't the right way. Yes, the river tub's going down the drain. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. Says they've been treated fair, but is glad to see you. Hopes you'll treat the rivals with the same respect they treated them. Wishes there was another way, but they'll do their best. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Timber! Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Says you're lucky to have the honor. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict. He had a feeling you'd get along with the Jagni tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance. Your positive outlook on life might be just what the Jagni tribe needs to complement theirs, which is somewhat darker. But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porky-Puff needs to be handled. He says the time has come to confront the Porky-Puff at the end. Goop is working on making his goo glide strong enough. You should get over there and see what you can do to help. day is here. Double the grip for twice the damage.
Faye yubu.
Peddler is eager for you to have a look at the wares.
Tufa yokne.
Says you came to the...
Surun faltuk. Halita dota.
Wiz really works wonders.
Surun faltuk.
Under... It's time for an adventure, for good or bad. Let's see.
Yangu. Ajitawa. Zurakia. Manlo bitni. Padivi.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to... Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He can't tell you much, as he didn't want to hear anything about it. He can't understand how someone could be so vicious, even though he knows there are reasons behind it. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He understands why you seek revenge, but he doesn't think you realize how that'll make you feel once you claimed it.
See? On my side. Go, Dark, go!
First instincts can be truly awful.
The fun thing is always the right thing.
Next time, look at it with a clear heart.
Darkly dark, dark.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Which kind do you like? Hit the open surf, then. The trouble is you can only rely on yourself, at least until you reach a new shore and make new friends. Figures the world is a goner. Even the goo will go gone. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Wonders why you're flapping around with the Jagni. They spend too much time nesting to do anything fun. Thinks you're a... But hey, back to the goo. No. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit. So you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. It's not that it won't keep your head above the surface, but it needs improving to carry you across the thick goo out by the Porky Puff. Someone has to end this plague before it's too late. Lots of notices on the board for things that made sense in the days when the surf was a lot cleaner. Interesting to see what they cared about here. Wonder if any of it matters now. In the old days, this was a port for boats that went under the surf. They helped clog the surf into goo. They made a lot of green, which is all they really cared about. You should be able to find a track here. Just need to keep your eyes open. fine time to be outside. Getting wetter by the minute. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Stuffed. You're not dead yet. Sunset's on its way.
slicing those. Re-energize. Down to half your health. Bullets everywhere. Who could stand against that? You're injured. What a blow! Try again when you have some key energy. You might want to fall back.
Keep your eyes out for new paths. Easy to miss things down here. Close encounter. Feeling fierce. You're bruised. Wow. The deep cut. Slash and dash. Night gives you relief from the day. Oh, that's perfect. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match, so enough. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. That's where he bobs. Gulp refuses to move from that barge, despite the fact it makes him berth. Goop's not sure, though, if it's the surf sickness or the radium syrup that causes it. It's so dark out. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy Goop. Hot metal. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Ah, plastic scrap like that always comes in handy. Another chug tunnel. Watch out for oncoming chug-chugs. You're harmed. Right between the eyes. You can do this. It's becoming terminal. Itchy trigger finger. You don't have it in you right now. Chop it up. Feels like a monster's lair down here. Oh, e-waste. Hard to find. Leave that ride. You're poking around Hockbur, a prime village. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. Says they are looking forward to seeing more of you. Wouldn't... Ja. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Says you should toast the end of the world, but you'd better hurry. It's coming soon. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Thinks it's funny you wound up with the Jagni. They drink so little, like birds. Guesses someone has to be, but he can't swallow the sight of it.
Aufschlag!
But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun says that's what gives your internals such a great glow. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way. Says he read that in an old world book. It means you're an expert of all living. Let's see. Smells like low tide. Gulp tell. The Quack Hollow. It's just loonly. Get off and slow down a bit. Fate. That's not opening on its own. Someone locked it solid. That's shut and good. The deep cut. You've got more than a flesh wound. Gee. As long as you're happy about it. That's an odd thing, don't you think? We are lonesome animals that spend all our life trying to be less lonesome. Ooh, a biohazard like that can make you real sick. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Give it some gas. Get things done before the darkness falls again. All good things end. Every little bit helps. Yes, some e-waste for you.
Iljapkap rev grejap.
With life, there's always hope.
Mi mai kellur.
Says you'll see each other later. Says the Sifu has ordered a cleansing fire to make room for something new and better to rise from the ashes. The crop is scarce and dry ever since the plague started haunting the land, so a touch of a torch should be enough to start the fire. He's in no position to question the Sifu. The Sifu knows things that only a Sifu can know. That's why he's the Sifu. You shouldn't concern yourself or worry about the things you're told to do. The way of the tribe is unquestionable, as is the word of the Sifu. You've been instructed to use force if you meet resistance. Sometimes you need... You shouldn't be too eager. It's only through discipline that you'll be able to return...
Take that light!
Really, you ought to use your head instead of your gut.
See? The darkness lets you get away with anything.
Just remember, you can always find light in the dark.
Dark? When you already know you're right.
It's going to take a bit of scavenging to come up with scrap for that. Your resource pool is not quite ready for that. The day can't come soon enough, says the shop holds. Says you're in good company. A done deal.
Dalata nubdatul layoyas wa sula karaktonub.
Let's see what you can make. There's something special about that blade.
Cevucei kung chuva palparekmek e mahoriu tulu adrienko.
There.
Dalatema dalatai. Anupupano de kiji ki nukipa.
He just sits there all day getting blitzed on raid.
Kipaho yuno pachigatira e jaunu.
Says the bar floats, but it's somewhere on the surf archipelago.
Tulo mudre la sorayafa e plawatienks pe brik namtiven pe vonutse.
And when you're...
Nebe peppa,
Says... Let's see. dead already. Close encounter. Stories keep moving whether you drive them or not. Hack and slash. And so the tribe's quest for a new world continues. Tonight's ashes will become tomorrow's wood. Your job here is done. You have time to talk until you've given new orders. Could trade your old things for new. The beach is just beautiful. What a... Small things for your big ideas. Gun it! You need to believe how serious this is if you want to have any effect.
Aufschlag!
Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as long as it's drinkalicious, even rocket fuel. He once mixed up some tankers and drank that. It was a real lift-off. That leads him to the bottom of that particular bottle. Radium syrup. If only he could find a tanker truck to empty. He's not in a state to go looking, so he's counting on you to help. Go find him a tanker truck. Thanks you for understanding.
Come toward the light.
Good on you. Resist.
Resist? That's just a hesitation, nothing more.
Keep telling yourself that.
Ha! Just give me this one thing.
Thinks the Pichu truck. paid off. Here's hoping this scrap floats. Grit! Right in the face. Not much left of that one. You're half dead. Says the Tree of Life might be taking its time dying, but a bomber ball would end it quick like. Better stop it now, so you can let the world end in its own sweet... Says that's the story. Can't bet it's not true. Claims the bomber ball can't be all that far away. Too late to run. It's this or dark. Hopes you figure it out then. Fast. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Looks good. Your body could change. A shopperia. Maybe there's something still inside. You've got nothing left. Had better days. Swing back. Lava marked. Face fist. Bang around. Steel punch. Becoming terminal. A shopperia. Maybe there's something still inside. sharp. Middle-lifed. Flash the slash. Whoosh! Cutting edge. Half-lifed. This one seems to be in good spirits, despite being left here. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your... Is...
Run, Dark, run!
It's not a race.
You only say that because you're
Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, there are lots of other reasons.
Didn't expect to... Seems that the knobs need to be aligned so the device can load its program. You could put that to good use. Daytime is a good time to be outside. Sometimes your mind creates an illusion where it's possible to go back in time to relive a moment in your life. We all have things in our past we wish hadn't happened, and can come to remember seeing and doing things that never happened. However, there's no doubt that what you remember makes your future different. Choose the automaton functionality you want to recall. I was wondering when you'd recall how to spring the automaton air gliders. Foot hand, you can do it. The goo calls. Look here, another toxinol dump. Now that's a flesh wound. injured. Got hurt. Took care of it. Wow. Crack-a-doo. That hurt 'em. Watch it. Oh, yeah. Wow. Shit. Bites the dust. Watch out for branches when you're in the trees. This one seems to be in good spirits, despite... has heard that you have a sense of compassion and trusts it's in your nature. Asks you to do the right thing. Is surprised you chose not to help. Feeling...
Now you're getting into the dark groove.
That's not a groove, it's a rut.
And what's wrong with ruts? I love ruts.
Groove, rut, whatever, you can still escape it.
Escape it? No way. Enjoy it.
You need to be taking care of business. You enjoyed that. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. A pip bush that's nom-nom for the gnotes. You have things to do. Glad to see some wood scrap there. It's going to cause a catastrophe. Made a good thing better. Nothing's going to waste. Not nearly enough scrap yet. There's news of a Ronin joining the tribe. That must be you. The warmth just goes right to your toesies. You can never have too much scrap, plastic or otherwise. This gutway has centuries of old waste. Slice and dice. You're low on health. You're a long way from the sun. Ready to take on the world. You might want to fall back. All fired up. Shatterer. Fry pan. You're fading. You maybe want to find some shelter. Made it count. Down to half your health. Odd things lurk in the darkest parts of the underworld. Wrecking fest. This place is like one big secret that keeps unfolding. Keep your head about you. Running low. Take a good look around you. Look at those muscles. Good hit. Burn. Your key is gone. Person. The darkness swallows everything at night. Make sure you know how to get back. Flex those smart muscles and open the hatch. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That should be enough glow juice for 2. You can taste the salt in the air. Gripes about how everyone looks like they crawled from the underworld these days. Wishes they knew where their friend Trim is right now. There's no better fur dresser in the world. Says they can see by the state of your fur that you really don't know. Complains Spurf Top is a little too far, even though this woolly coat that requires furious daily care is in dire need of a trim, as you can see. If you see him, be sure to ask him to give you a makeover. Not that you need it, but you do need it. Says you'll be a better furball for it. Let's see. Beets floating on a wheel tube. Gulp says he wants to take you with him on a super funny happy slide. Sharing is caring, and one drink for two is just right. Gulp says seeing your face is like seeing his own reflection at the bottom of a glass. It never gets old. He's been looking forward to a rendezvous, and it's on you to make it happen. There's even a chance the syrup is more intoxicating now from being aged in a radiated tanker. He's sure there are even more tanker trucks with radium syrup out there waiting to be emptied. Blesses your heart for doing your part.
That's so bright!
Right. We need something else.
You'd really root for rain to...
As long as it...
Ha! You can do that just fine without any clouds.
Gulp says drinking shouldn't keep you from thinking. He wonders what's on your mind. Thinks it's best not to disrupt things. The law of nature handles everything just fine on its own. Wonders how you could be so amazing when you were so quiet as a kid. So, says you covered the... Gulp says drinking shouldn't keep you from thinking. He wonders what's on your mind. Would... Gulp thanks you. Says a drink or two won't do any harm. He refuses to drink alone. Gulp says he just can't get enough of that crunky syrup. It's so... He really appreciated... So he intends to keep the promise he gave you when you first met. He's got a few things, you see, that no one else has. Claims to understand the alchemy of drinks. Lots to... It's hard to understand the guzzle, but it's something about flip-flop the flip-flops and not getting sauced. That'll do. Green in the bank. Much more useful than the green. Fair trade. Looks like it'll work. Scraps are everywhere except when you... It's just not working out. You're short on scrap. It's time to create your own path. Sometimes you miss the sound of breaking waves, and sometimes you don't. What are you going to do about... Smells like seaweed. Listen to the sound of that surf. It's relaxer clock somewhere. The Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. If it wasn't for the work of Pebble, lots of parts of the world would be cut off. No one builds climby racks like him. Says he's a high climber who builds bridges and zip lines. Thinks Pebble doesn't spend much time in level lands. To find him, you should look for steep places. Maybe he can show you some new paths he built. Says that's likely. He's helped so many. Wouldn't be surprised. Hunker down or keep marching on? Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. Feels like it's time for a break. A hero. Seems like there's a whole world of adventure out there. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. A peak spot is a great place to stand if you want to see things for what they are. There's not much left of what we used to call our world. The Eastern World Eater gets more dangerous by the day. Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. It's an undersurfer, all alone without anyone in it. Yet. Keeps the sun out of your eyes. Just keep climbing. Ah, some wood scrap. Always happy to find that. Chop, chop. You're fresh out of key energy. Swoop. Neutralized. You're harmed. It's awful bright out today. Metal ride. This is Hobbydunk, a homey little village. Good work, Captain. the best way to glide the goo. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find better goods anywhere else. Let's hope you won't regret it. Take your time and enjoy the daylight. Says it's bad enough the world's coming to an end. You still got bullies. It would be a maze time if you could get Brog to leave them alone. Figures Brog could kill their friend without even... Brog makes a mess of their days. Thanks you for doing... There's so much you could build. Now, walk the walk, Pants. Good for protecting your noggin. Let's see. See that broken boat over there? Looks like it still floats. With luck, it'll keep you out of the goo. Carving it up. You're in pain. This place is wonderful, but this isn't a vacation. Starting to add up. absolutely drained. Check out that plastic scrap over there. Got more than a flesh wound. Feeling so much better. Keep your head in the game. Sharp steel. Tapped hard. You're bruised. Smell the salt in the air. Says everything's changing in these dark coming days. Nothing stays the same. Not even houses. Have you heard of Chubza? Such a wild wanderer. Even his hut moves. But he'd have a lot to talk about with a roamer like you. Claims they've never met Chubza, but have heard lots about them. Says Chubza isn't the sort to wait in one place for you. They might be looking for you, too. You just got to watch for Chubza and his mobile hut. Asks you to tell him. Says to wander back this way any time you like. Says to... Says the world is filled with horrible noises as it careens toward its end. Their father used to have an old spiral groover that they played amazing music on. Figures there must be one out there somewhere. Then you can play those old discs. Claims it turns grooves on a plastidisc into the most beautiful ear tunes you've ever heard. Says it's hard to find an intact spiral groover, but has faith in you. Be careful with the spiral groover, though. They break easy. If you can find one that works, you can fill the world with tunes. Looks forward to listening with you.
Lo sorate me susute la soraya rek Bangkok yubo dola sumala me dola su.
If you're not good at it, you should practice on a run bed first. It's called a tread run board. Like maybe they used it to grind treads. How silly, huh? Claims you run onto it and it moves the ground under your feet. Says a run board is big, like a piece of walkway with wheels. It might be broken, but you can fix it. Maybe. Then you can practice running inside, where it's safer. Like the way your mind runs. Best part of a mountain? No need to refuel. Don't let your mount ignore you.